that's the beauty of doing things all live, right? Is it sometimes?
Yeah, I was doing it live, switching, basically making it all switch so it looked right. And in doing my switching, I ruined it. So yeah, so basically,
yeah, I think following up on your question there, right? You were asking essentially, you know, how we do a little bit of our kind of testing, right? And I think the point that I was trying to say is just, you know, there's different ways to look at how you test a product and the information you're going to provide, right? And the big thing is that there's a big difference between kind of synthetic testing and then kind of real world testing. So synthetics would be like, you know, you can run Cinebench for an hour, Prime 95 or OCCT or something like that, but that's not really representative of the thermal load that you're going to see when you're actually gaming. So you're playing Cyberpunk or Forza, you know, or, you know, me, you know, maybe Homeworld 3 or, you know, Company Heroes or something like that, right? So we actually test for both, but we generally try to probably optimize and tailor our tuning profile to probably be more in alignment with, I'd say, a real world use target. But we still sometimes might kind of like adjust it a little bit to be also in alignment with the kind of maybe more worst case scenario. Where that can actually sometimes be negative though is like sometimes we actually had this in the case pertaining to the Ryujin, where we prioritized more of the synthetic benchmark because we knew that enthusiasts were probably the first thing that we're going to do was load a synthetic to stress test the cooler. So we actually increased the pump speed a little bit more, but we actually had feedback from some people. It's like, hey, I can hear your pump a little bit maybe more than they would like, and we actually ended up having to release a firmware update to bring that down. Now you could of course always tailor that self. You could have gone into the software and manually just jump the pump speed if you wanted to.
Yep.
But that's an indicator of sometimes how there can be a disconnect between, let's say, the synthetic way that you're assessing and measuring something as opposed to what the real world assessment is going to be, if that makes sense.
And do you guys feel like for the most part, like between synthetic and between real world, you guys do a pretty good job of getting it close, and then as you guys have like gone along, that has gotten better over time? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always continue. If anything, you know, I hate to say, you know, I try not to, and I think a good example of this is a Computex. I don't think I mentioned almost AI once in the conversation of the tour, which I had, so I was very proud of that. But internally, with AI, we actually are able to do a lot more machine learning modeling that in the past was much more challenging. So we can take really great aggregation data, track these things, and do some really dynamic things. And this even goes into especially some stuff like on the motherboard side, where we have more advanced microcontrollers where we can actually track voltages, or we can track actually persistent data on cooling metrics or things like that, and we can use that to intelligently make sure that we're balancing things much more in line with kind of where the targets should be, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think we also have to look at it every generation, because every time there's a new CPU microarchitecture, things are going to be a little bit different, right? You know, you wouldn't want to use the same kind of tuning mindset you know, for like a 9900K that you might use for a 13900K, or inversely if you were doing a Ryzen 3600 versus a 7900X, right? So you always have to kind of reevaluate whether or not your tuning is in alignment for that platform, that architecture, and that use case.
Okay, so let's get on to power solutions. This is the thing. I love chatting with JJ because we could literally, I learn things every time, and I'm like, oh, how close is it, and all that sort of stuff, which is always a lot of fun.
Yeah, we can always go on tangents.
We
right?
can always go on tangents, and we still got to build a PC today, which is fine. I'm okay with it because I'm hoping you guys are learning it. Guys, we don't get opportunities like this. This is one thing that I actually really enjoy is now that I've done this, like all of this is now set up for JJ, so I can be like, hey, JJ, I just decided you should be on stream today. What do you think? And he's like, okay, I'm there. And then we're just good to go. Okay, so let's talk about power, because power is just an interesting one. You showed something off pretty cool, and I want to start with that, which is your Molyneux. Can we talk a little bit about Molyneux? Because, I mean, dude, that thing was rad.
Yeah, so this started off as an April Fool's, if anybody saw this, right? And that caught a little bit of people kind of, it threw them for a little bit of a loop, but we did come back very shortly after that and confirm that, no, this was a real product. Long story short, where this actually was really coming from is we actually had been doing some community polling for a period of time, and we found that, especially for a lot of builders that were spending, I'd say, over, you know, $2,000 in their builds, that they were always concerned about trying to make sure how do they better safeguard their system. And so they were going out there and they were buying things like line level conditioners, UPSs, things along those lines. But a lot of them gave us feedback that they didn't like the options that were in the marketplace, whether it was aesthetic or maybe some of the feature set. And there was just saying, hey, we'd love to see what your thought process was that. So we started kicking off discussions about almost 2 years ago with our internal team that does our power supply designs, who actually also do our graphics card designs. And we said, hey, this is something we're seeing from feedback from the community, and we kicked off the design concept. And this is pretty much what you now see. It's still in what we would call DVT stage, so design validation stage. So if you guys have some thoughts or feedback, feel free to let us know. But this is pretty much a kind of large-scale power bank UPS. Its intent is to be able to essentially provide power and safeguard your system from things like surges, spikes, sags, brownouts. These are the most common types of points of failure that a high-performance system might have, but also give you that failover protection that, of course, if you lose power, you'd still be able to save your documents, store something, maybe finish up a quick game if I guess you're really heated in that type of scenario. Right? Where, hey, you know what? I don't want to drop off, my ranked ladder position or whatever it might be. And, here, I think our internal estimate is we're targeting about an hour worth of power for a 4080 class system.
Wow. Okay. So that's actually that's actually more than saving documents and more than finishing up a game. Like, unless the game's like, I don't know, like maybe it's Elden Ring. I'm trying to think of a game that might do an hour.
Or maybe you got
like Starfield, maybe.
Multi-match. Maybe you're playing in a multi-match or something like that, right? Yeah. But either which way, we're giving you that flexibility. Of course, it also works in the same way like a high-performance power bank might have. You've got a 100-watt USB-C on there. You've got AC ports that are going to be available to you. It has Qi wireless charging 2 second generation support, so that's fast charging. And even that top handle, that's pretty cool because it actually comes off and serves as a flashlight. So in the event that your power comes off, you can actually take off the handle and you could use that as a flashlight. So we're still a bit off from this probably coming to the market.
Right.
We hope to probably maybe launch this, I would say, probably early part of next year, as I would probably say what the launch time frame is going to be. But we really wanted to kind of show it off at Computex, the final kind of like design stage, and say, hey, here it is. It's a real product. Are people excited? And a lot of people are really excited about it. So I'd love to even see some commentary. Is this something that you guys like? We have already even people saying they would like us to maybe make a nice, more stylized, like maybe like surge protector. So maybe they don't want to make the investment to go all the way into something like a UPS, but they still want to have something like this on the table, right? So we also got some other cool stuff that we haven't noted yet that is in relation to the Mjolnir, but that is just a new product addition that we have under our power lineup.
Okay, that's pretty cool. What else we got? We actually have your Prime PSU. We could talk about your PSU cold plate. I don't know if this is a PSU.
Yeah, so I think on the power supply side, if we have some of the footage that was next there to the Mjolnir, would have been the new Strix series and the Thor 3 series power supply, because I know that you've looked at, I think, both of the Strix and the Thor series power supplies. So the Thor has been a very popular model that we've had that, of course, features a wattage display on it, still pretty unique in the industry. But one of the biggest things that people had always asked was like, hey, depending on the orientation that I might have in the chassis, I might change the position of the power supply and then I can't see the screen anymore. So for the third generation, we actually put it on a magnetic pogo pin interface, so you can actually put the wattage display on either side of the power supply. But the really cool part for both the Thor 3 and for the next generation Strix LC series is going to be that they feature a new design that we have, which is a patent pending design that we have implementation, which is called our GPU voltage stabilizer. So essentially in traditional PSU design, everything's getting routed through the 12-volt connector. And because of the high power demands and the high level of transient response that's happening for your graphics card, technically, if you guys don't understand, that essentially just means like the way your power supply works in relation to the graphics card. Your graphics card can abruptly kind of go from a 2D state, so like imagine being on your desktop to you jumping into the game, that's a 3D state. And the power pool can be really dynamic, going from one level to another level really quickly. Also, depending on the game load, the frequencies can jump quite a bit, and it's dynamically boosting, and this all has essentially an effect on how things are being drawn from the power supply. So our team was, well, what happens if we essentially put a form of kind of a sensing pin that's specific for just the graphics card, and will be able to be more responsive to the power. So we're still in the testing stages to finalize this, but we have already measured it, and we have actually found that not only do we improve notably the response and the performance that we can provide to the graphics card, but this does even equate to performance. Now, is it going to be massive? No, I'm not going to come in here and tell you that all of a sudden this is going to make your card go from like a 4080 to perform like a 4090. That's not the case. But if you're somebody that's in that kind of premium echelon that you care about trying to get out all the performance of your card that you can, we are seeing, I'd say, around like a 3 to 4% uplift in terms of performance. So it is something that will be measurably able to be seen when you test the card. between, let's say, having the stabilizer and not having that stabilizer design. So there's other cool stuff that we have in there, you know, the really nice fully etched modular cables. We're using GaN-based MOSFETs, so really efficient. We will continue to probably be the quietest PSUs in the industry because of our big focus on thermal mitigation with big robust heat sinks. So these will be great additions. Probably both of these will be looking to launch before the end of the year as well. And of course, we've recently also launched though new updates across the board for our power supply lineup, which I know you've used quite a number of those models.
Oh yes, and yeah. So, and I'm assuming that we're talking about the very nice malleable cables that you have now made me come to love, that I like always make me happy. Like, you were right that the Prime one did have still nice cables, but they weren't the ones that I was hoping
they weren't.
for.
They're not on the. They're not like the Tough Gaming or the ROG
Yeah.
Strix. So the ROG Strix will still come with the fully etched modular cables.
Right.
The Thor will even come with the more premium individual. Actually
Okay.
has real individual sleeve cables. And I think still tentative. I don't want to 100% confirm, but I think right now tentatively we can also say that we will continue to offer our collaboration with Cable Mod. So one of the cool things people don't realize is that we've long had essentially a partnership with Cable Mod where we give you a coupon code. So when you get the power supply, you actually get a discount code that you can use for custom cables. It's actually a pretty nice discount savings. So that if you're going to buy custom cables, you can use that coupon code. I think in the past it was either 15 or 25%, which if anybody's ordered custom
pretty
cables,
big.
that's actually a pretty reasonable savings. So we're giving you a value add that, hey, if you don't want to go with our standard cables and you want to maybe get a custom extension or you want to get something else, that saves you money, right? So that's already included inside there. So those will be two great updates that we're going to have. And I also want to just throw out there for those of you that love white, we just launched it about I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. Our ROG Strix or Gold power supplies that were released. We just released the white variant. So now we have white Loki model. We also have a white ROG Strix or Gold model. So if you want 100% white, where you want the PSU to be white, you want all the cables to be white, you want those really nice fully etched modular cables, that's a great option for you guys to consider.
I really, really like those PSUs, specifically just because, I mean, another thing that people always talk about, which is always like an issue for, and even when we were doing the build yesterday, which we used your Prime PSU for, people are always like, hey, cable management is like the hardest part, but it's amazing how those sleeve cables can make such a big difference in terms of being able to do your build. And I'll be honest, having those cables for a BTF build make a massive difference in terms of being able to do BTF, just because
it's just they're softer and easier to kind of bend and route and kind of deal with. I 100% agree. Yeah, if you're going to do a BTF build, I really prefer that than let's say a traditional PSU cable. It's just so much easier to kind of manage. And that's also something that we didn't show anything off there, but our design team is evaluating BTF specific power supplies. So some of the strategy that we have there is actually having much shorter cable lengths, which not only would be more optimally suited to the back, so it would be cleaner, less kind of folding or routing, but we're also looking at things that actually can improve efficiency. If you don't realize, there's a tricky balance that as a vendor, you don't want to give actually too long of a cable. You want to make sure you're giving a long enough cable to account for different types of chassis lengths, but actually going to too long of a cable can actually impede the efficiency rating of the PSU. So there can actually be a benefit to go specifically with a shorter cable. You also get generally less resistance, so the cable tends to get less hot at its endpoints, such as terminal connections. So there's some cool stuff that we're looking at. There's some future kind of also design concepts of how we're integrating maybe power planes or power connectors inside of devices, whether they're on the board or the chassis or some other stuff that we're playing around with that maybe, CES or Computex, maybe in the future we'll show some of that cool stuff off. But we just, again, in that theme of talking about BTF, we're also looking at BTF-centric power design solutions as well.
That's kind of cool. I think, it's funny. It's something that now that we're starting to see, as we're starting to see more and more of this ecosystem come out and all that sort of stuff, I think it's cool to see people learning from them. And of course, there's just pain points that exist when you make a change like this, right? Like everything from the amount of room behind it, or even how you hook up your PSU, or even how much space is between the motherboard and even all of the, where the BTF thing is there's just a lot that really kind of goes into BTF. And then even simple things, right? Like in terms of where specifically the hole is to put the GPU cable, right? Like I've seen it all the way to the front, to the middle, to the back, and then, because not everybody's gonna use an ASUS one, right? So, then, then there's, now that, it's funny enough, now that we have Oris is like, oh, well, everybody's doing BTF, so now Project Stealth, which did its own thing. So it's just, there's a lot as it's kind of coming out here. So I like seeing it all kind of coming together and you figuring out. Now I want to show this off right here, because this was a little bit more of like you guys showing some stuff around BTF, and this is more your BTF ecosystem that you guys were kind of showing off.
Great. Yeah, so here we showed off some cool stuff from some of our partners, like our friends over at Cooler Master. One of the things that we were very adamant when we started off the BTF initiative was to have what we call the BTF Alliance. So the BTF Alliance is where we essentially shared our design guidance and information with partners. So this included everybody from, Fantex to Silverstone to Thermaltake to Cooler Master to many partners that have all come on board to now support the BTF initiative. And here we just wanted to kind of give some space to our partners to be able to show how their designs help to complement what we're doing with the BTF initiative on the motherboard and the graphics card side. So those were two great examples that we had there. But in addition, we also showed off our kind of next generation chassis, which I think you probably also have some footage of. Not,
of course. Here. Yes.
But this will be for our new Mini ITX base focus chassis. So if some of you guys remember our first ROG Mini ITX chassis, it was the Z11. This is now a follow-up to that. This one is the Z22. And this is a really interesting design. So the first kind of concept was to leverage that really kind of front-facing appearance that you get with the BTF-based graphics card, right? So you can easily see that graphics card. It has a really beautiful level of symmetry to it. You can easily pull it on. You can put it on. Now, we are focusing this not to be sold as like a cohesive unit, but of course, when you put it all together, if you use all ASUS parts, it's going to look fantastic. We are still looking to sell this independently as a chassis, so if you wanted to use a competitor's graphics card, you entirely could. We're trying to evaluate, maybe there might be accessories that if that graphics card you might use is maybe shorter or maybe longer, maybe there's like an M block that you might put onto it to kind of maybe help to balance out the look.
Make it even,
Yeah, to make it kind of even if that's something you would want. Maybe having something like a touch screen that might go on that end cap or design or something like that. You will see that it's a multi-zone based chassis. That base actually is designed as an intake system, so to bring in flow air into the base, right? Where on the inside you have a Mini ITX based system. That's also where you would have, on the other side, you're actually 360 millimeter radiator. So everything gets its own essentially airflow, very solid, but you can set this up in different configurations. You can go horizontal or vertical, or also remove the base and kind of go entirely just flat. So very similar to the Z11, where we wanted to be able to give you the flexibility to have different orientations, different looks and feels. You could totally go, like I said, with a vertical look, which would be more like kind of like maybe something like a Tower 300 kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Or you could go kind of more traditional, let's say like an NR 200, where it's like more horizontal, right? So you've got different ways you can play it up. I also will give you guys a little bit of an inside teaser to tell you that on this design, when we were designing and developing this, because we were designing this in alignment to be used as a general purpose chassis, well, if you're aware, right, if you probably talk about the fact that this is a Mini ITX motherboard, pop quiz, does Mini ITX have BTF support?
Not that I can think of so far, no.
Correct, right? And the reason why is because you physically don't have space for it, right? There's literally no space because you can't put the auxiliary connector, right?
Yeah.
So I can tell you we've already designed and developed a specialized auxiliary adapter that will allow us to essentially use BTF on these type of products. This will actually also help to be a value proposition for anybody that's buying current BTF-based solutions and wants to potentially be able to use them on non-BTF-based products.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
We're also even looking at some next generation designs in our next generation BTF concepts that I can't talk about too much, but I can tell you that we have some exciting updates to further enhance interoperability and compatibility beyond our current ecosystem. So very excited about that. But this chassis essentially is already showing you some stuff that we've cooked up on terms of enhancing that. Because again, Mini ITX by default doesn't have that auxiliary power connector, which the graphics card plugs into, right? So I think I can show you guys here. If maybe I can just
let me know when you have it up and presenting.
Yeah, let me bring a shot up here just so somebody can get a sense here. Let me bring it up here. Yeah, this is here. This is perfect. Okay, so should have it here.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. And
let's see.
It's over.
Oh, not quite. Not quite. It will be soon. Here we go.
There we go. Okay.
There it is. Yes.
Yeah. So this is our GPU. It's pretty much the same GPU you see there from the Z22 build, but you can see right here is your traditional PCI Express power connector, which provides data and a low level of power, right? Pretty much up to about 75 watts. But this auxiliary connector is really what makes the BTF card unique, because we can then use our auxiliary connector on our motherboard, which can provide up to 600 watts of power and gives you that really clean, minimal look. It also gives you a second point of contact for stability. But of course, on a MiniTech's motherboard, you don't have this. So you'll actually see that there's a specialized little adapter that we've developed that will come with the chassis, which will allow for this interoperability to come into play, letting you leverage a BTF-based graphics card for that build. But again, if you didn't use a BTF graphics card, you could also totally use just a standard-based graphics card, use a standard riser cable, and you'll be able to kind of do it, let's say, the traditional way versus like kind of like the BTF way, if that makes sense, right?
And then real quick, somebody asked the name of the case that we were showing off here. You said the name and I didn't remember off the top of my head.
It is going to be the ROG Z22 is going to be the chassis.
Yep.
Yeah. And right now we haven't 100% again finalized that. That one is also, I would say, like in the DVT stage. So if you guys have thoughts on maybe things you'd like to see or maybe modifications, feel free to let us know. Some discussion points that we have is right now we're thinking about maybe having a little bit of maybe like underglow lighting that might be in like that base design. So just to be able to add a little bit of flair. Some other feedback is, do people like all the I/O, right? Some people sometimes use front I/O. Some people want Type A ports, some people want more Type C ports, right? Do you even like the fact that we have analog on the front? Or would you say, hey, instead of having analog ports, give me another Type C or another Type A port, right? Or maybe do you want like a touch screen to be able to see stats and information or stuff like that? So we'd love to be able to see feedback on that part and let us know what your thoughts are. But that's an exciting new update that we have coming in terms of our chassis lineup.
So speaking of BTF, maybe we just move on and talk a little bit about we have some motherboards here, specifically some new Mobos. I know we're going to show some of these.
Yeah, I think there was only
we're going to be doing in the build, right?
Yeah, there should be two, right? Yeah. So of course, I think everybody's aware that there are two upcoming platform updates that are going to come from our friends over at Intel and AMD. You know, we are the largest motherboard manufacturer in the world. So we are always excited when it comes to a motherboard launch timeframe and a chipset platform launch. So with AMD's next generation platform supporting the Ryzen 9000 series of CPUs, you will have the X870 based chipset that will be coming to market. We'll have a big comprehensive portfolio. I can't tell you the other models or show you the other models. I got recent briefings, so I know about our entire product stack. I'm very, very excited about it. We did show off one model at Computex with the Tough Gaming X870 based board. So that's going to be a great option there, you know, in that kind of entry price band. If you're looking to build kind of enthusiast but not break the bank, still get a great set of features and functions, it's going to be a great choice for you. But I can tell you, I guess I'll let a little bit out of the bag that we will be having updates for the ROG series, ROG Strix series, the Tough Gaming series, as well as the ProArt series, and with more to come in the not too distant future. All right.
Do you want to talk a little bit about this one right here? Because this one has that new, I mean, for folks who don't know, right? This is something new too. Because
yeah. So this is a little bit on the concept side. So this one's interesting. So this is Cam 2. So this is something that we're kind of testing the waters with, that we showed off. Again, you know, ASUS, we like to focus always on kind of innovation and performance and trying to show where the next levels of kind of the performance envelope can be taken, right? This is an interesting design. So if many of you kind of know from the performance overclocking side, right now a 4-DIMM enabled motherboard is not going to offer you the same scaling as like a 2-DIMM enabled motherboard, like a Mini ITX or like our Apex series, take for instance, right? Now, one of the interesting things that happened over the last couple of years is that in the mobile segment, there's been some development to want to be able to move away from traditional SODIMMs for a number of varying reasons. Some of them have to do with things like Z height, and also package installation. So the development came out with something called CAM, which uses almost a design that's much more similar to kind of the way you install a CPU. Right. You kind of got like a pin and pad contact. You kind of put it down, you will screw it in. This is the similar type of design approach. And so there we were showing off essentially what's the performance that you could see. In that situation, it was, I believe, in excess of DDR 8000 MT. So very, very high performance, very low latency. Now, this isn't a guarantee that you will see this on the desktop side. We were kind of looking to see what people's feedback was from the community, and even you guys, what are your thoughts? Right now, standard DRAM is very mature. A lot of people know kind of what the look and feel and the installation experience is. In some ways, I think traditional DIMMs might be a little bit easier than maybe this type of design where like you have to kind of lay it down and then you have to screw it in and you have to lock it in. You also have not as much choice, right? The reality is there. We showed off with our friends over at, I believe, Kingston was the memory
Kingston was it.
Showed. But you're going to have less choice. Right now, if you want to go pick from DDR5, there's a lot of different memory manufacturers, a lot of different styles, a lot of different options, right? So, you know, and also aesthetically, some people might favor the fact that you have like RGB lighting design and stuff like that. You don't have that really on this type of design. But maybe if you're like a custom water cooled builder, maybe you like the fact that you could run like a hard line
right across it,
directly go that, and you don't have to kind of like reroute something because you have less Z height obstruction, right? So, you know, maybe it might make more sense on something like a mini or maybe like a micro-ATX motherboard than maybe on the ATX side, right? So this is a little bit more testing the water.
It's choice, right? Yeah. Like choice is always a good thing. Guys, I can confirm I did test this. There is a little bit of a RAM click, so don't worry. Like, yes, it's not loud, but there is still little. It's I called it, but there is a little bit of a click there, so it's not completely gone. And they're actually not hard to install. And it's really an aesthetic thing. I know it's also a performance thing, right? Like I do know
performance is interesting. So technically, the performance should be maybe in theory better because the trace lengths could be a little bit closer and a little bit tighter. But we can generally approximate to right now see about the same performance with essentially like a 2 DIMM configuration. So it's not necessarily the only way to achieve it, right? There's a lot more hyper specialized design that's happening, I would say, like on the desktop side than you necessarily see in the mobile market, right? So in that respect, we've kind of over-engineered and kind of overcame challenges that maybe the traditional product designs haven't had to deal with, right? But again, there could be value within this, and so we're looking at it. We're excited about it, which is why we showed it off. But I wouldn't say, hey, expect a huge number of motherboards in the next generation that is going to come with this. I will give you a little bit of a teaser, though. In the next generation platform, we have a very exciting thing that I think you're going to love that might heavily influence the click noise that you look at evaluate. But all I can tell you is that we spent a lot of time over the last 2 years carefully looking at what tends to present issues with sometimes stability, actually fitment, and some other aspects in terms of the DDR5 memory installation experience. And we're very, very excited to introduce a new novel design implementation in our motherboards that we think will offer not only improved performance, but improved fitment and overall a better experience. So you guys will find out more about this in the upcoming platform launch, and I'm sure in one of the future builds, but I can't give you all the details. I can just give you a little bit of a teaser, all right?
Well, I figured I'd show this one up here. For some reason, I couldn't find the AMD one. No, it's not an AMD thing, guys. It's just Brian just missed it, so please don't get mad. He may have just thought it was something else, but we were able to show these ones are the latest Intel one using their new LGA 1851, right? Isn't that what it is? Socket, right? And then this
technically, I cannot comment on that. All I can say is that this is a next generation Intel-based motherboard. But this is a BTF-based version, right? So this is pretty much like the follow-up version to the board that you're going to be using today in the build. That, you know, where you're using the Z790-based Maximus Dark Hero. This is kind of a follow-up version. So if you'll notice, guys, you don't see any front-facing connectors, right? Because all the connectors are actually on the back of the motherboard. So we've got some really cool updates that we're doing for this next generation. I can't actually talk about any of them because they're all super cool and super confidential right now. But we just wanted to show you off and let you guys know. Rest assured, we've got some really, really cool things. I will give you just a little bit of a teaser, though, on one of the cool things that we did look at is the poly mode display that we have there on that IO shroud. A lot of people have really loved it. I think we're doing our onboard displays better than anybody else. I know I'm biased when I make that statement, but for the new generation, we call it Polymo Lighting 2. We even made it more 3D, and it's even brighter and more dynamic. So it's still not to the same degree that we would have like our extreme boards, which is a full kind of customizable display, but we're even evolving that Polymo display even further for the next generation. So you guys, if you love that, definitely check it out. And if you do want to see the image here, I can share quickly that X870
image. Sure, yeah, let's please show it, because I mean that one's, we're 8 days away from the launch of the new GPU, the new CPUs, and now it'd be good to this is the right time. This is the hype trend. Let me know when you have it up.
Yeah, so I should have it up right here for you guys so you can see. This is just a render as opposed to the actual photo version. I'll double check. I might have the actual physical photo version. You'll see that overall it just fits that kind of look and feel that Tough Gaming is very much known for. Again, this will be, I think, one of the sweet spot boards that we'll have within the lineup. Again, it's going to have a great level of kind of M.2 expansion, good I/O, Wi-Fi, kind of all those key things that you're going to need. And the way I kind of look at it is it doesn't have some of the extraneous stuff that is more specialized or niche that you might find like on the ROG boards, which they're fantastic, but maybe you don't need that, right? So this is always, I think, a big popular board for us in terms of kind of that entry-level positioning. So if you're interested in, like I said, not breaking the bank, but adopt into this platform, will be a great board for you to consider. But do keep in mind that if anybody sees right now any promo pricing on our B650, B650E, X670, X670E boards, all of those boards we have already now issued out next generation Ryzen series UEFI updates. They are all fully interoperable and compatible. So if you want to leverage one of the boards, like we recently launched the Tough Gaming B650-E board, it's only $200. It's great. It's got Wi-Fi 6E, multiple M.2, 2.5 gigabit LAN, really solid, robust VRM. Even if you want to use something like a 7950X or whatever the next highest end CPUs, they'll all work great on that board, and it's not super expensive. It's a great choice, and you won't see any refresh in the B650 lineup for quite some time. So again, if you are interested in next generation Ryzen using any current boards, just make sure to update your UEFI and you'll be good to go.
Okay, there we go. And then we have, let's go talk about displays, because there's some things that we definitely showed here, including one that I think I requested from you just, I know we had talked about it, and it's this amazing one that just has a beautiful sweet spot in terms of price. I'm trying to make sure I have them all up here. So we'll start here. Let's, you want to start with the, let me see if I can bring this one up here, and then I'll see if you'll be able to recognize it. And then we'll just run through the display stuff here. This is
I think if you're probably talking about price, it's probably going to be, we recently just launched the XG series for our ROG Swift displays. So traditionally for our ROG Swift displays, those have been our flagship monitors. They've also been the most expensive. It's also been the only monitors that we've had under our OLED lineup. But we wanted to kind of try to offer OLED at a much lower price point. So we introduced the first ROG Strix OLED offering with the XG27AQ DMG. So this is a 1440p, so 2560 by 1440, 240 hertz monitor. But the other really cool thing that we introduced here is this is the first true native glossy WOLED monitor on the market. So we actually had to work directly with LGD. So LGD is the actual panel provider to custom develop essentially a native glossy option. All of the other options on the market, ASUS is quite unique. We actually are the only panel manufacturer, monitor manufacturer that works with multiple panel vendors. Many other companies are only going to work with one company. So we actually work with both Samsung Display, we work with LG Display, we even work with Japan OLED. Right now, we're the only company that literally has all the 4K options that are available in the market. We have WOLED, QD-OLED, and Japan OLED all simultaneously. No other company has all three available. But here, it was exciting to introduce this glossy. So for a lot of people that wanted maybe that little bit more dynamic color punch, a little bit more vibrancy, this was a great option. And the great thing was it launched at a great price, $699.
Yeah, which is a really good price for OLED.
Yeah. Its normal price point is $750, which is still a great price point. And right now, we already put it back on promotion. Right now, it's actually, again, at $699. So if you've been finally wanting to maybe step up into OLED, get something that is going to be bold, bright, really give you a great SDR or HDR gaming experience, this is a fantastic choice. Again, though, just be mindful with it being glossy, it's not going to handle some reflections as well as like an AR type, so anti-reflection type of matte type of coating. So you just want to be a little bit more considerate that if maybe you got maybe like, I don't know, like a big window behind you or a lot of like ambient light, you are definitely going to see those reflections. But if you appreciate the benefit of a glossy panel, then you're good to go. We do also offer a similar monitor that is an AR matte coating, but it's going to be a little bit more expensive. So just be mindful of that.
And the hope, guys, and I've talked to him, and we don't know this, we'll see if it happens or anything like that, but we did actually ask ASUS, because one of the things we'd love to do, and you guys really like this when we did this with a good, better, best, but doing this with their good, better, best for their different OLED monitors specifically, and we'll try and show that one on a stream. We'll see if we're able to get a sample and stuff like that. And don't worry, if you say no, JJ, I'm not going to be mad. I'm just saying, we did ask. And
I think hopefully we'll be able to make that work. Yeah. So just keep it tuned, guys, and we'll see that. I mean, I know we've already got you situated with the UCDP, which is another one that we showed off
right here.
So kind of going from the other end of the spectrum, from kind of entry We went to more of a flagship here. This is a very exciting monitor. It's launching literally today. It's a brand new flagship display from us. So we already had another flagship with the PG32U CDM. That is a QD OLED based monitor, 4K 240 Hertz. This monitor is a WOLED option, 4K 240 Hertz, but it also offers a special FHD toggle mode that will go into FHD, so 1080p at 480 Hertz. Right? We also worked really critically to offer best-in-class brightness performance, exceeding that of even LG, who offers the same panel, but we've been able to customize through our firmware tuning and the fact that we also have advanced thermal management through a passive heatsink design in our unit to be able to offer really impressive brightness performance. It's rated actually for 1300 nits of peak brightness into HDR gaming. When you add that in with the per pixel nature of OLED, you got that beautiful contrast. You kick into HDR mode, it's great. And it's crazy because some people, when they get these monitors, they're so impressed with the SDR gaming experience, they don't even go try HDR. And so it definitely
it makes a big difference.
If you have not jumped into a game and played it in HDR, now keep in mind this is not going to be the case for every single game, but if the game has a good quality auto HDR implementation or was mastered in an HDR option, definitely check it out. Like for me, like a great example for me is like if I play Forza,
that's my prime example.
You know, Cyberpunk of course is also amazing in HDR as well. There's a great number of titles. Actually right now there's a pretty good mix of, I'd say, mid-range to kind of AAA titles that you can have a really vibrant experience on. Some other cool stuff there too is it has an auto KVM functionality built into it, so you can have, you know, picture in picture and picture by picture. So maybe if you want to have like your Twitch or your stream or your Discord or something like that in one window, and then you want to have your game or your desktop in the other window, you can do that. You can do resizing options. We have a threaded mount on the rear of the monitor, which gives you the ability to put like a microphone, a camera, or a light. So if you want to have that set up. USB-C with 90-watt charging support. So if you want to connect something like an Ally or a Steam Deck or a handheld or a laptop, you can also do that. So a lot of really great features packed into this monitor, but definitely for those of you that are looking, I'd say, for like that best experience. If you care about sharpness, fidelity, motion clarity, this is going to be an amazing option for you.
Yeah, so there's a lot that we've been able to walk you guys through it. I know we're actually like almost an hour plus of talking that we've already done, JJ. So we've gone through monitors, we've talked through power supplies, we talked about AIOs, we talked about BTF.
The only thing that we have left is wrapping it up with a little bit of peripherals. So we just had a couple of just exciting peripheral updates coming out of Computex, and then I think you're going to be able to jump into your build. So if you've got that B-roll there with some of that,
I will pop it up right now. Yeah, let me bring up the peripheral stuff. There's actually a lot in the peripheral side, which is actually super cool. So where do you want to start? You want to start with the ASUS Extreme or the?
Yeah, let's start out with there. I think the ASUS Extreme is fantastic, and also just to give a little bit of love there to the chat. When somebody's asking, I think I see AW War. I'm not sure. AW notes that his monitor, I'm not going to say the manufacturer, but his monitor's HDR is not great. I do want to make it a point that HDR, when you see the naming convention of HDR used, it's important to look at the tech that's there, because that will really dictate whether or not the experience is good. So I don't want people to get turned off from HDR just because maybe the monitor that said it had HDR wasn't great. That doesn't mean that HDR can't be something that's really compelling. It just depends on whether there's a good enough panel tech to give you that HDR experience. And a lot of that is really tuned into the brightness. If you have a monitor that can't hit around, I'd say at least about 1,000 nits, or it's not OLED. So 1,000 nits if it's an LCD or higher. If it's OLED, it doesn't necessarily have to hit 1,000 nits. If it can definitely hit 1,000 nits, it's great. If it's over that, even better. But if it's under that, it's probably not going to give you a solid, true HDR experience. So just be mindful of that, because there are definitely monitors, even monitors that we offer, that they might be classified with like an HDR 400. That gives you a nice little bit of color punch and pop to your image. So I will say it'll be a little bit more vibrant. You might notice it from a gaming perspective, but it's definitely not giving you that real HDR experience. Okay.
So Mateo asked, he goes, do you recommend ASUS peripherals? I'll just let you know, Mateo, and JJ can confirm this. So I don't actually think I've gotten any peripherals from them. I think for some reason I got a power brick, but I have bought 4 of their ASUS, their keyboards, and then I have their mouse literally sitting right here. the Harpy Ace, right? So yes, I would recommend their stuff because I really love how it feels. Their keyboard, the one we're going to talk about right now, is probably one of my favorite keyboards in terms of typing and feel experience, and then it's got way more in that. So why don't we jump in and talk about the ASUS Extreme, Mr. JJ?
Yeah, so this is a really amazing keyboard. So the ASUS is a high-end premium mechanical keyboard that we launched about now 2 years ago, where we really tried to do something that was really interesting. We kind of took a lot of the really cool stuff that the custom market was doing, but then we brought a focus of what the gaming market wanted, which were things like low latency wireless connectivity, onboard memory profiles, right, fast actuation with customized and bin switches, very durable keycaps and PBT and double shot. So we bring kind of a hybrid. So we had a lot of really great success and feedback with that model, and there were some people that wanted even a more premium version of that. One of the key differences is the ASUS used a body that was a kind of a split. So the top level was metal, but the base was not metal. Now, part of that was because we needed to maximize low RF, essentially mitigation. We didn't want anything that was going to impact the latency performance or the stability of the wireless chipset. So we had to redesign the whole body and optimize the positioning, but this now is a full advanced CNC metal chassis, but we're still able to keep that low latency wireless. For reference, if anybody's wondering, this is sub 1 millisecond. It's actually about 0.9 milliseconds. It can be even lower than that in terms of your 2.4. It's got USB-C, and it's also got Bluetooth. It is also going to support ultra high polling rates, so 8K wired or wireless performance in the unit. Some of the other really cool things that we baked into this model is the screen that we had on the prior ASUS. We upgraded to now be touch and color. You still also get the media wheel that's on there. But the really cool thing is actually going to be the inside. So I think a little bit in the footage you showed off, you might show that. And I've also got a closer kind of image here that I can show. But on the inside, we kind of went crazy. There was something that we did with what's called the mounting system, where previously we essentially had a gasket mount. That's kind of the preferred option in a premium keyboard. But here we took that gasket mount and we incorporated something called the leaf spring, but we also incorporated a customizable, essentially, feel implementation where we have detents on the inside of the keyboard. So I don't know if you got any of the shots on the inside. If not, we can show an image here.
Yeah, why don't you show the inside? The ones I was looking through, I didn't have anything that was like super clear. So
yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and bring this up.
And then a couple of things that people are asking why he's bringing that up. No, we haven't started the game. We haven't even done the build yet. So guys, don't worry. We're walking through all the cool stuff that you guys, nobody gets that, like, nobody has, unless you were on the floor and maybe watched like all the coverage. This is all stuff that we're showing you right now. So this is all getting you excited about the future. And then we'll get into the build and all that stuff here in a minute. So, okay, Gigi, let me know when you have it up.
Yep, so bringing it over right here. Okay, guys, so you can see it right here. So this is, if we take a look at the inside, well, right off the bat, if you flip the keyboard to its rear, you'll see here is, of course, going to be the wireless storage bay, right, for your, of course, your 2.4 gigahertz adapter. But you notice they have this little switch right here that'll allow you to change it from soft to hard. So this is where the really, really cool part is. Traditionally, you can kind of customize a mechanical keyboard for kind of one feel or the other by maybe adding in different layers of foam, different tape mods, different things like that. We had already optimized it to have multiple layers of dampening foam, really good feedback already with the gasket. But in gaming, you might prefer a little bit more rigidity for faster, consistent actuation because you want stability because you're consistently kind of pressing the keys, right? But for long-term kind of maybe more general use typing, you might want a little bit more bounce and not something kind of so stiff, if that makes sense. So this is the really cool thing that we integrated is the ability to toggle immediately from soft to hard. And you don't have to open up the keyboard. You don't have to have a torque screwdriver to make sure you're consistently nailing the torque across all the screws and doing all this customization. When you go on the inside, you'll actually see, one, we've made it very easy to be able to customize if you want, maybe either by taking out foam or putting in foam, adding in a secondary pad, not taking in that secondary pad. There is actually an auxiliary one that gets provided to you. Here's kind of like this exploded view of everything. And what we added in this model is one is going to be this carbon fiber positioning plate, which gives us a bit of flex, but still very high rigidity. It's also great for acoustics. But when you go down here to the very bottom, this is where the really kind of cool stuff is happening. So in this closer view right here, you'll actually see these little detents so you can see soft and hard. So when that switch gets moved on the back of the keyboard into soft or hard, all of those detents either get moved into that one position or to the other position, and it will change the feel. So again, you have either kind of that stiffer feel, or you have a bit more of that kind of bouncy type of feel. So all you need to do is literally just toggle it left or right there, and you're good to go. You then add in all that other cool stuff that we did, like I said, with the carbon fiber plate, full CNC body, ultra low latency, the touchscreen with the OLED, even inclusions of other kind of premium items, where if I go over here to this top chart, this is really kind of packing in everything. It's got an included weighted silicone wrist rest. It has magnetic full metal feet, which you can put in there to customize the kind of the angled height that you want within the unit. And of course, like I said, top tier performance. All of these switches are factory lubed and bin to be consistent, what are called in the gram force deviation. So they all feel very tight amongst each other. So it is definitely coming in at premium. It is about twice the cost of the current ASUS. So our current ASUS is $250. Usually sees pretty good promotions a lot of times. Sometimes you can catch it at like $200, which I think is an amazing value at $200. This is going to be coming at $500, but when you look at the totality of everything, there are custom keyboards on the market that you could literally spend $500 on. They won't even give you wireless. They won't give you the touchscreen. They won't give you the adjustable feel. They won't have the ultra low latency, the 8K wired or wired. So we do think that, yes, very premium product, but we are offering, I think, a really impressive set of features on it.
So, well, I brought up the video that we actually made on this, both on the the extreme version of both the mouse and also the ASUS as well. So,
oh, awesome! Yeah, that mouse there, yeah, that's just pretty much the follow-up, kind of like, it's like the you know, if these were kind of like a brother and sister, or like brother and brother, that guy is going to be our carbon fiber based mouse. So 47 grams, 8K wired and wireless. Super premium build quality right there. It actually will even come with optional set of skates. There's 3 sets of skates, 2 PTFE skates. One are called our Omni feet, which are kind of like, let's say, omnidirectional, kind of triangular, and then there's a larger kind of set of skates depending on your play style and maybe your surface. But it'll also come with Corning Gorilla Glass skates too, which are super premium.
Yep.
Have really great durability. Definitely don't want to use those on a ceramic or a glass pad though, like our Moonstone. You only want to use that on a weave or textile weave type of a surface, right? Because it's glass, but you do get those included. So those are going to be super premium. If you're like, again, looking kind of like for the flagship level, so the really kind of the best of the best, the Harp Ace Extreme is going to be a fantastic option. The ASUS Extreme is going to be there. And then wrapping them out is going to be then our Delta 2 headset. It's a killer headset. It's going to be tri-mode, so USB-C, 2.4 gigahertz low latency. It's going to have Bluetooth, dual mode connection as well, which means you can actually have the 2.4 and the Bluetooth simultaneous. So you could be like gaming, get a call, take the call. The ear cups have both actually forms of adjustment on them simultaneously. So if you wanted to be adjusting your game chat or your call volume, either or, you could do that. Metal-based hinge design, lightweight, really crazy battery life. Our battery life is significantly longer than a lot of competitors in the class. We also are leveraging what's called the Harman Kardon sound signature, but we've tweaked it a little bit, optimized it internally a little bit more for the gaming side. So really nice sound signature. I think great for music, movies, games, streams, whatever it might be. And of course, you can customize that to your extent, all within the software suite as well. So that guy will be coming in the not too distant future, probably launching in late August timeframe. The ASUS Extreme is already out, and the Harp Ace Extreme probably will be launching around the same time as maybe the Delta 2 headset.
Okay, wow. So yeah, you've got, and these are, again, the other two, having played with them, guys, they are very premium, but they feel really nice. So hoping that we can get our hands on some of those as well. We've been showing a lot more of that stuff, and that just doesn't, I know we didn't really cover Pro Art or anything, but there was a lot to show. I do have videos on a lot of these things as well, so if you want to head over to our Instagram, we covered the 2 monitors, we covered the ASUS, we covered the BTF, we even showed off the Pro Art, like the BTF that was done as like a showcase one that was done by a
we had
case
some
modder.
great stuff with some modders and builders that showed off some really cool stuff. Again, you guys can check out his feeds. The Pro Art side, again, there's always too much to kind of cover. The only thing I'll say there, if you guys are not gamers, maybe you're a little bit more just on that prosumer side, we will have big updates on the Pro Art in this kind of quarter coming out, where we're going to have new 4K, new 5K, new 6K, and 8K monitors. So there's going to be 4 new series of monitors coming from ASUS on the ProArt side, where if you care about color fidelity, accuracy, connectivity, then we'll have some great choices. And again, respectively, the price points are quite reasonable. You know, the ProArt 4K monitor, it's actually going to be, you know, sub $400, so it's not like we're talking super expensive. And it also has a really cool technology called Lux Pixel, where we have a new type of polarizer implementation that will significantly reduce something called shimmer. So if you've ever experienced, like when you've looked at like a high PPI screen, you've seen kind of like, some people call it DSC, like a dirty screen door effect, or sometimes shimmer. We have a new design implementation which significantly mitigates this to give you a much, I'd say, softer image that's more pleasing to look at for a sustained period of time, which especially makes case on so many of these displays where they're very high resolution, right? Really, really high PPI. So more to come there maybe in the future. If you guys are interested, always let him know that you're interested in checking it out. So if he lets us know, he's getting, you know, feedback from people that, you know, you guys want to go hands-on and find out more about those guys.
And there it is, and this is what we covered. This is where we saw some of our B-roll. A lot of our B-roll was from this location right here, guys, which is like what the booth looked like at Computex. This is just one part of it. If you turned around, there was a whole nother one for ASUS and ProArt and stuff like that, so a lot of fun. I want to give a huge shout out. Guys, can we just get a thank you to JJ for taking the time? I mean, it's coming up at the end of his day, and he popped in here and spent a bunch of time with us, walking us through stuff and all that sort of stuff, and then yeah, I mean, well, like, again, I will compile some of your questions. I will say, JJ, there's a couple places if people have questions or want to talk more, because there were a couple, you know, we couldn't get to everybody's questions. You have your Discord server. Where else can people get involved with talking to ASUS?
Yeah, so best place for us is we do have actually Discord that's actually run by our headquarters team. If you're looking to sometimes be able to see conversations from my part and also be able to get more kind of ASUS North America based engagement, we do have our PC DIY group, which is a Facebook group community. We actually will be migrating that very shortly to a new kind of own platform community space that will be accessible via the web and via an app. We're very excited about that launch of this. So if you want to find out about the latest and greatest from our products, get insights, guides, previews, giveaway opportunities, it's a great space to be in. So we welcome you to kind of come check us out there in that space. So that's one option. You guys can also find me socially, of course, you know, through various handles if you guys want to sometimes tag me. But our community space, which is led by Lee Meisner, our community manager, is probably the best space to be able to be actively engaged and find out about what's going on with us, ask questions, be able to talk with other people. And of course, we also love just working with individuals like the whole Robeytech team to be able to support their communities and discussion regarding hardware in general, of course, with what ASUS is doing there. So you can also always ask them, and they can reach out to us, and we can help to share out additional insights and information. So we always just advocate wherever you're trying to get that information, let us know, and we'll do our best to go ahead and provide that information.
And just so you guys know, we've already talked to JJ. So when we actually have, like, we do our, when we have X870 and all that sort of stuff, and we start building with those, we'll actually have them on so we can talk a little bit about the architectural differences and all that sort of stuff. These are all things that are coming up, so JJ can do a really good job of helping break a lot of that stuff down.
And I can tell you, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff for the motherboard launches coming up. We've got some really cool new designs that I think people are going to absolutely love.
And so, guys, we will have them on. Luckily, we got all of the things figured out. All of the tweaks and all the bugs are now fixed. Sorry we crashed the stream. We will be right back in just a few minutes, and then we'll start our build process. JJ, why don't you just give us a quick introduction what they're about to see, though, because some people may not know.
Yeah, so I think I've actually maybe got a little base image here that I can share. Let me see if I got
Let me know when you got it up.
Here. So I think I've got one here. So this is probably going to be pretty similar to what he's going to be putting together right here. So let me open this up. So if you guys are not familiar, I know we've talked about it a couple of times, but we launched this year what we call our BTF initiative. So the Back to the Future concept was really just about offering essentially a new design that was more aesthetically driven for a lot of people. So essentially look to kind of move away having such a heavy emphasis on potentially visible cables in a system. And that was mainly done by doing two things. One, moving the connectors to the rear of the motherboard. And then the secondary part, as you can see, like in the image right here, where we have an auxiliary power connector that we patent pended and designed into our motherboards that works in conjunction with BTF graphics cards to allow for what you see right here, which is this super clean, minimal look, right? You don't see any cables because literally you just plug in the graphics card and it's getting the power directly on the back plane of the motherboard, right? So you're still going to connect those cables there. And he's going to be putting together pretty much this system that you see right here. It's a fantastic, great example of what a BTF system can look like. And we'd love to see your questions and commentary on what you like about the BTF experience. Again, a lot of people that have seen it really do love that clean, minimal look that they have. As you can see, pretty much the only thing you're really seeing here is just going to be just the cables that are coming out from the AIO. But it's going to be pretty much, I think, an all ROG build from the AIO cooler to, of course, the graphics card, motherboard, and the chassis, as well as I think also the power supply that we've got in there. So a really cool, amazing build. I'm going to see how quick he can get it done. I'll probably also be in the chat as well. So if anybody's got any questions as the things are coming together, if they got questions on the BTF stuff or anything we covered, feel free to go ahead and drop that in there. I'll be in there and I'll look to provide some responses on that side as well.
And yes, guys, it's the ROG Hyperion GR701 BTF, but we will be right back. So give us like 5 minutes. We'll let JJ get out of here. He'll still be in chat, it sounds like. And then we'll get in and get started. And we're still going to give away this beautiful GT302 build as well, which is also BTF, and the one that we got to build, I think back in February or March, somewhere around there. But yeah, it should be
amazing build. Awesome build. And thank you again so much for your time. Thank you for everybody in the chat. Again, if I didn't get to your question, I'll see if I can follow up afterwards. But with that, man, best of luck with the build. Hope everything goes through, and I'm looking forward to the post and to the showcase at the end, man.
We'll see you guys in just a second. Okay, guys, welcome back to Robeytech. Hold on, let me just make sure that, there we go, right there. Welcome very much. Welcome back, everybody, to the show. Super, again, huge shout out to JJ for joining us and being a part of the whole experience here with the Robeytech team. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now, it is time. Sorry, I just got finished moving the case out, so which is always a thing. So, we are going to be building in the ROG Hyperion GR701 BTF case today, but I just wanted to showcase what is going on. This is the build we're giving away today. This is the, oh, thank you. This is the GT302 BTF from ASUS. It is their entire package that they came from here. So just going to the side camera there, you can actually see it right there. Beautiful, beautiful build that we actually did here. And then we have the links to the what's actually inside of it. It's 14700K. Do we actually have a link? There it is right there. And then we could just, I don't know if we could post the actual, just all of it in there. I think the PCI power, the GPU is actually powered behind it. So it actually uses a special connector. You'll see that in today's build as well. I sent the link, I'll pull it up here. So I thought maybe they had it. It is BTF. The build that we're giving away is also BTF because we gotta do all that sort of stuff. So hold on, I'll bring up the specs for this build. Stream chat. So in today's build, it's an Intel Core i7 14700K, ASUS ROG Strix LC3 360 ARGB AIO. The motherboard is an ASUS TUF Gaming Z790 BTF Wi-Fi. It has 32 gigs of DDR5 at 6600 mega transfer. This is Patriot Viper Elite RAM, and it is part of the TUF Gaming Alliance. We have a 2 terabyte VP4300 Lite NVMe drive. We have the ASUS TUF Gaming RTX 4070 Ti Super BTF Edition. We have the ASUS, this is the GT302 ARGB chassis, and then we have the ROG Strix 850 watt Aura Edition PSU. Coming in at the time, it was a little over $2,450 for that, and there's links that you guys are starting to see right there. But yeah, that's the build that we're giving away today. And then let's go ahead and go through, oh, you know what I forgot to do, guys? I forgot to grab the, let me go grab the CPU for today's build. You guys can just stare at the build that's getting given away. And then I'm gonna go grab the CPU real quick for the build today. Kind of forgot to get it. Okay. I want to see something real quick. I think, we're actually going to use a 13900K today. But yeah, this is the build that we're doing for today. Let me go ahead and shut this off though, and then we'll walk through the parts for today, because the build that we're building isn't being given away. Our 14900Ks are all in testing, so. Just letting it shut down. Waiting to go, letting it go all the way down. There we go. Okay, cool. So let's get this out of the way, and then we're gonna go through our parts. First and foremost, just get ready for a very, very big case. Whew. All right, here we go, guys. I gotta put this way down because this case is big. So first and foremost, there it is right there. The ASUS Hyperion BTF edition. This is the GR701. Now we've done lots of reviews of this particular case. So, you know, if you've not seen it, we have a review on the Hyperion, obviously not the BTF version, but yes, this is the actual build right here, the actual chassis. It weighs, I think it weighs like 67 pounds empty. So it's a hefty, hefty case, but it is definitely an attractive case, I must say, right? Like I really like. Now the case is going to be something it's going to be up to you whether you like it or not. I will say it's very easy to build in given its size, and there's kind of a lot that kind of goes through it. But yeah, you guys, it is huge. Like I want to give you guys a good idea of how big the actual case is. So this is the case, and then we're going to be filling it with the most premium of components. Kicking it off right now with the ROG Maximus Z790 Hero, the BTF motherboard right there. So there's our BTF one right there. For our CPU, we're using the Intel Core i9 13900K. The 14900Ks are all in testing right now, so we're going to use the 13900K for this build. You know, we are going to see obviously some performance differences and stuff like that, but all in all, still a great CPU. And this one is actually on sale at cheaper prices. Again, this does have the latest BIOS, that does have the Intel standards and all that sort of stuff. The ASUS was one of the first ones in terms of making sure that they released the board. So in terms of the stuff going on with Intel right now, this is going to have the highest chance of it not causing the wearing issue and stuff like that. So again, that's what we're working in here. I have 14th gen, they're just being tested. We have multiple CPUs in testing, so we don't have another one to basically throw in here right now. For the RAM, again, partner with the team over at Patriot. We have 32 gigs of DDR5. This is 7600 megatransfer RAM right there. And then we have a 2 terabyte, 7400 megabits per second Gen 4 NVMe drive. So thank you very much for that. So it's not overclocked. That actually is the Intel XMP value right there. So it's not going to be overclocked. That should actually just run just fine, basically as its XMP setting. For cooling this bad boy, we're going to be using the ROG Ryujin 3 360 millimeter AIO. So again, lots of red and black on today's stage, and then of course, to go with it and pair with it, we have the BTF edition of the GeForce RTX 4090. So this is their Strix BTF. So it actually should look very, very good as well. And then again, it'll all look very, 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 very pretty when it's all said and done. And then we have the ROG Thor 1200 watt PSU. And again, you know, one of the things that we don't have to worry about specifically in this case is we don't have to worry about cable combs or cable extensions or anything like that. Because it's BTF, all that stuff is basically we don't have to worry about it because it's just gonna be gone. You know what I mean? Like, because it is BTF, it's just gonna be there. So it's gonna be ready. Now this is not gonna be the PC we're giving away. We're giving away the GT302 build that we were showing earlier. This is the one you're gonna see built today, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Very, very powerful system that we're going to be building today. And the other thing too is it should be faster to build, just given the fact that it's BTF as well. So I think the slowest part of this will be just me moving the case around and all that sort of stuff. So going from there. Okay, Okay, I gotta get ready, guys. And remember, don't lift with your back. Lift with your legs. So, no, if you're still using it, you're fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're okay. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta limber up. So first thing we gotta do is we're gonna put this down. The other two is I'm also gonna be smart about it and make sure that I'm using the table as much as possible to do the lifting, which will always be a smart thing. It is lighter when you take all the stuff off, I will say, but it is definitely a hefty case. Okay, so let's kick things off with getting our build started. Get some stretches in. I promise I won't hurt myself, guys. I promise. You guys have been waiting for this particular stream for a while here. Okay, so here we go. Kicking it off. We got our ROG Maximus Hero BTF board. We got our i9. And then we got our RAM and our storage right here. Yeah, the handles on there actually are very useful. I will say that. He is not wrong. The handles are very useful, specifically for that case. Because being able to move it around and even be able to move it and kind of get it centered or moved around on your desk. We actually did a makeover for ASUS where we actually gave away a Hyperion, and moving the case around was just much easier because of it. Here we go, right here. Grabbing this very massive motherboard. And this one is already BIOS updated and everything like that, so we will be able to check out some games and stuff when we get it done too. And then, one thing that is actually, I do like to do, one thing if like you're benchmarking, if you're benching, I will say, because just so you guys know, looking at the cables in the back here. So again, this is a BTF board, so you actually can see that your connections and stuff are behind it. One of the things I like to do when I'm doing the work is I actually use a mini ITX case to kind of keep it elevated, just because I don't want to bend any pins. So that's what I have a tendency to do. I know not everybody's just got a mini ITX laying around, but for me, it's always kind of nice. And when we bench BTF builds, which benching means we test it and all that sort of stuff at the same, when we test all that stuff before. So we'll like stick it on like that, and it just seems to be like just the right height here to basically not touch any of the connections, but still be able to move the board around and stuff like that as well. So it's just a nice little, if you have one laying around, it makes it a little bit easier. No bench pressing, no, just benching the PC. Yeah, and this is, and I know that was one of the questions, JJ, that people were asking was specifically around the price point, right? Like people feel like, in terms of, and that's the thing that you guys are doing with Tough versus like your Maximus and stuff like that, is trying to create price points that are reasonable for the different BTF options. So there we go, got that done. And pop that in there. Perfect. Okay, so we got that in. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Love that movie. Okay, so we definitely have some peels here to deal with, but we're just gonna stick our one right here. And then if Blondie, if you want to choose some RAM clicks, you can go ahead and do that for RAM click loudness. There we go. There we go. This PC should be able to run Crysis, I would think so. 94, wait, we'll see what she said. What did she go with? I didn't see. Well, Ion Master, the good thing is you can't win this one. You can barely run Minecraft. Okay, there we go. Well, because this one isn't the one being given away. He's like, he got worried there for a minute. He's like, what do you mean? He genuinely got nervous, guys. Okay, I have to say, the one thing I do like is that the putting the I like it when they make the fitment for the M.2 covers straightforward. Sometimes you'll play with motherboards and you're like, okay, it's taking me an hour to get this motherboard cover on. All right, there we go. That's all good. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, guys, is let's go into our clicks. Now this is elevated clicks. So this will be new. New, we don't know what this is gonna do. Elevated clicks of RAM. What's up, Pig Radio? Oh, wow, look at this. Well, that's like red on the top. So it's like, hey, we're gonna go red and black, guys, because I just noticed this is red. Oh yeah, we're getting RAM ASMR, yeah. Well, Cypher, the good thing is you can live vicariously through me, because we're gonna build one today. Okay, here we go. What did she say? I guess we'll find out. Are we good, Blondie, for doing this? 98. Okay, 98. So, and we're good to go? Okay, we're good. Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm blocking it. $94, that was actually pretty quiet. It is actually a very solid sound, but not too loud. Now, guys, I will say, if you want to get extra entries towards winning this PC, the PC that we are giving away, don't forget, subs do get extra entries, 4 extra entries for subscribers. You can use your Amazon Prime sub to get your extra entries for winning that $2,500 PC. 92.9, the answer was no. The answer was no today, guys. No on the 98. Feel like Blondie has lost her magic touch on guessing these now. Okay, there we go, guys. Okay, so motherboard is just about ready. What we're gonna do now, we're gonna do our peels. I'm not gonna peel this until I get it in later because I like to keep it as shiny as possible. Oh, that's pretty. Look at that etching on there. We got a little bit of a peel here. It's a very pretty board. There we go, right there. Okay, so let's grab our AIO. What we're gonna do for this one is we're just gonna get our bracket on and everything. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna grab our bracket real quick. We just wanna make sure this is all the way maxed out. So pop that into the back there. Perfect. Okay. Grab our screws here. Make sure these are in now. Hey, hype trade's begun. Remember guys, great opportunity to get in on, just making sure that you, if you want to get in on get extra entries on that PC, and just help me at the same time. Igor dropping 2 gifted subs. Thank you. Oh, really? Absence of log? That's kind of funny. There we go. And we want to make sure these are nice and tight. There we go. Okay. For some reason the stuff spilled out, so I'm going to get all this stuff out. Probably screws all through here. So it looks like the bag busted open, so I'm gonna get all the screws out of here. Probably all in the bottom too. There we go. I'm gonna check one thing real quick. Just make sure that I use the right. I want to make sure I use the right ones for the right. Yep, that's what I thought. Hey, El Solo Doctor dropping 5 gifted subs. Some other people are going to get some additional support there. There we go. There's the stuff that we need. This we do not need. Thank you much, El Solo Doctor. Okay, and we'll come back to that here in a minute. We'll get these out for now. There it is, level 2 achieved, on our way to level 3. Appreciate all your guys' support. Okay, so everything there is ready. Now we can start prepping our case, which is hefty. So we're gonna go to here. That's nice, Sergeant Nobody. I'm glad that you're stuffed. Oh, here we go. Ugh. Okay. Okay, time to start getting the case prepped. Okay, so let's start by going to the front here. 3 minutes on the level 3. Let's see how far we can get. There we go. I like the black. Is the color different, JJ? It feels like it's less. It looks like it doesn't look the same color scheme. Did they change the color scheme for the BTF one? It feels more dark. Okay, take off the top. Wow, Clark's dropping it. Thank you very much, sir. Drop in 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Clark's. Okay, there we go. The glass on this is very, very heavy, just so you know. Okay, we're gonna take it from the back now, which actually will help with the weight quite a bit. And there we are, level 5, guys. Okay, so that's that. Okay, now one of the things that I love about this, and this is different, because even this back, like in the back here, this is like a solid black. So check this out on the back here. This is the cable cover, but now this is metal. No, it looks different. This used to be a clear plastic, but this is like a metal now. So this is actually really cool. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna undo this. So I've done the Evangelion, I've done the Evangelion, I've done the standard one as well. So I've built in this case a number of times. This is like this is like so this comes off. Okay, so those are pulled it. That's way different. Now we're gonna keep, you can put more fans here, but the other thing too I really like about this is look at how cable managed this is already, right? Like it's very cable managed just out of the box, right? So that's the thing is like building inside of this case is actually really straightforward from a build perspective. And then of course you can see all the space for the BTF motherboard already and all that kind of jazz. So our screws and stuff, for people who are not familiar with this particular case, are actually built into the case itself. Yeah, Steel Eyes is like, wait, what? Why would you do that? So right here in the front, if you open this up, oh, no, it's not. Oh, where is it? Did I leave it in the box? It's probably in the box. I thought it wasn't, but it is. It's probably in the box. I might have to go get it. Okay, the one thing I am gonna have to do, which is not my favorite, but it's always the case, is I have to remove the shroud. So for the shroud, there are screws that you have to undo. So let's go to roaming here so you guys can see them. So if we go to the roaming camera, you can actually see there's screws that we're gonna have to kind of get off here. So we're gonna have to take that one off. We have one more here that we're gonna have to take off. And then there's one, I think those are the only two. And then there's screws on the front that we're also gonna have to take off here. So we have to take these two off and then a screw in the front as well. Hey, Myred Media raiding us today. Thank you very much. What's going on, guys? Oh, I need to turn off the the $50 thing is not happening today. Sorry about that, guys. Because we're giving away a PC. Let me fix that. Should be gone from everyone. Hold on, I'm just making sure. Sorry about that, guys. That's why it wasn't on the static. Okay, let's go to the side. Okay, so that's in. Now what we got to do is at the bottom, so we undo this, and then down here at the bottom, there's a screw here, and then one more here. So we just got to remove these screws. This is probably, like, outside of this is probably the most complicated part of the case, is just getting this kind of squared away. After this, it's pretty straightforward to build in. But it's just to add with that polish. That pops right off, you can see. There we go. And once you have this off, as you can see, that just slides right out. And there we go. I don't actually know if I need to take that off for this one, but we took it off anyway. Okay, so there's all of our stuff that's off, right, already. So we now have that ready. I just need to go find my box of screws. It's got to be in here somewhere. No, I lost my chute. Yep, there it is. Okay, got it. Okay, so we have our screws now. How many bananas? You guys are getting into the tough technical questions right now. And this thing, it comes with a couple cool things. It comes with extensions for your PSU. We do get more than 5, so we get a number of zip ties, which I always appreciate. We get our case screws, all that sort of stuff that we need. It also comes with this cool box. So it comes with a cool box you can see here, so you can store all your screws and everything inside of the neat. It's got a neat box for storing all your screws and stuff. It's got some more rubber grommets, some more standoffs for EATX. It's got if you wanted a GPU side mount the GPU, so you got actually quite a bit in here. And then this is the other thing that it comes with. It's built in. It comes with a beautiful screwdriver. And then we'll use what we use once we get it in if we need any of this other stuff. My slipper came off. It wasn't anything major, guys. Calm down. Just putting everything inside of our screwdriver bin. I mean, inside of our beautiful bin, because why wouldn't we? I mean, if we're given it, we gotta use it, right? There we go. Take advantage of the awesomeness we've been given. All right, so now let's lay this down and let's get our Mobo in. Much lighter in this mode. Ugh. Okay, so going to top down. There we go. And now we get to take this beautiful Mobo here. There we go. In like Flynn. Yeah, we don't want it to get wasted, right? There we go. Oops. So I was using the wrong screws there for that. Okay, cool. We got it now. I was like, these aren't going in very well. That makes sense. There we go, in. Gotta be careful here. The cool thing is that none of, like, all of our cables and connections and stuff like that, none of them route to the front. They're all gonna route to the back. So all of our connections and our front panel running and stuff like that is all gonna be done on the back of the case. There we go. People enjoying the build? Getting the other case, getting the other bit in here. There we go. And remember, guys, if you want to get in on the PC giveaway, we'll be doing the PC giveaway at the very end of the show. Near the end of the show somewhere. So if you want to get in on that, all you got to do is be watching. For that, I'm going to switch to a thinner. And then if you want to get extra entries towards winning that PC, you can just drop your free Prime sub. That gives you extra entries towards winning that PC. We're going to use, there we go, that's good. A little bit of a thinner. There we go. A little bit of a thinner Phillips head. And this is one of those ones where I have to like go up top. To be able to get to all of the screw locations. Oh no, guys. I might have to peel this. I might have to peel this now. Okay. Just realized. Our peel is trapped. There's a little bit of a, hold on, I think it's this, you remove this. There we go. And this. There we go. Oops, I just dropped the screw. I dropped the screw, guys. Okay, I got the screw back, okay. There we go. Okay. Leave no peel unturned unless you are one of those people who really doesn't like to peel. Okay, there we go. Okay, put that back in now. That's actually pretty cool. It's an easy way to be able to take off the fan. So add that bracket, which makes it really nice. All right, there we go. Okay, so now all of our motherboard's in. We're peeled. We're good. Peel or no peel? Yeah, I think that was in Hamlet. I think it was. Top Rat Gamer, thank you for the sub. Legume Lagoon. Woto Native, Diminished, thank you very much. TLE Esquire, thank you very much for all those subs, guys. All right, now let's flip it over. Let's connect all our cables. One of the things I really love about BTF builds is this right here. Okay, so first one we got a couple SATA cables. Those are for powering there. We have our fan hub. So here we go, fan hub. So we'll connect our fan hub to the fan connection right here in the back. Figure that out and get all those controlled here in a minute. We have our front panel connectors right here. Makes it really easy to connect them. Okay, so we have our, it's not integrated. We have a power plus and minus here. And a reset switch. Power plus and minus. There we go. Power switch goes right next to it. There we go. And then reset switch right underneath it. There we go. Okay, cool. We might have to looks like this one is going to have to go too. I have to do some more cable management here in a minute. Okay. Okay, so we have two we actually have 2 supports for 2 USB 3.2, which is nice. So thank you for that. So it fully supports the chassis. There we go. And we'll have to do this one too, which is a little bit higher up. There we go. And then we have our USB-C. Oops, you guys couldn't see that, I'm sorry. So you got to see those get plugged in, but, oh man. It's a big case, sorry. So I plugged in USB-C, USB, oh, you did see that, okay, never mind. Thought you didn't, but you did. USB-C right here. And then now we have motherboard RGB. Just may have to bring this over a little bit, but we'll see if that reaches. That looks like almost exactly the right length. So we're gonna have to see. Sort of saw it, you didn't quite see its slickness. Okay, there's our RGB. And then we have our HD audio. Which has also got to go way over here. Oop, just enough length though, so no, that's not a big deal. And I think that's all of our cables, guys, all of our front cables. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna work on making our cables fit. So we will use the Velcro strips here. There you go. Get that in there. We'll have our power and stuff coming in from the power supply, but that should still make this pretty straightforward here from a build standpoint. Okay, get this down. Okay, this one's getting input into. Okay, nice and flat there, which is good. Okay, now I'm gonna work on getting this a little bit cleaner here as best we can, just to get this a little bit nicer. We have one fan cable. 2 SATAs that go to that. So let's see what we can do to kind of clean this up nicely. There we go. We want it to look very clean, right? Am I right? Yes. No ugly cable management. Clark, thank you for the Prime sub. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Lord Necro says, you know what? If you could see my cable management, Robey, you would be upset. I would not. I think here's the thing about cable management is it's all unique to the person. Some people, like, you know, to me it means something, right? But not everybody is like me, and I understand that. So if you're not, like, if you are not Mr. Cable Management, I'm not going to be offended. I'm not going to be offended if you're not. It's just, for me, it's like kind of one of those things that, like, you took all that time to build the PC. You know what I mean? If you wanted to take a little bit extra time to make it look nice, that may be an idea. But if you decide, you know, some people get excited. They're like, I want to get this PC turned on, right? And that's the most important thing. Cable management be darned. And if that's you, totally cool. I actually don't know what about cable management got me so, like, why I just all of a sudden decided I care. I mean, not all of a sudden. I've cared about my entire my PC building career for sure, but I don't know what about it, like, has been something that's just gotten me excited about it. So I just have always been one of those people who likes to make sure it's cable managed. Oh, wait, whoa. I don't think we have another USB-C part. And that's completely okay. Because cable management is poopy. Okay. I see you. Coming to my house. He's like, cable management is poopy. I'm like, oh. Makes me feel well loved. I've experienced cable cuts. Like, what's a cable cut? As long as the back panel fits on, that's cable management. We all gotta agree, though, there are different degrees of the back panel fitting on. I think, anyway. Retractable cables. Yeah, there are people who are like, I'm like, is that back panel actually gonna hold on, or are people gonna die when it bursts open? It's like, you know, 6 kids died today in a cable management explosion when Ted didn't fully cable manage his stuff. Yeah, 2 screws holding in between you and then the abyss of being killed by an like, so much pressure. Well, there's like a lot of room back here for... don't know if I'm able to do this, guys. Oh, maybe. It's trying. There we go. Man, there's one like... Just trying to get this last like kind of cable. There we go. Okay, there we go. We got some cable management now, guys. There we go. A nice clean. Feel like cleaner look to it. Might redo this one. There we go. Just gonna get our, make sure all of our cable managed stuff is cabled into the same group here, just to make sure it's ultra clean. Go. Okay, that gives me a clean cable management situation so far. I think one more here just to keep this in. Might have another, we might have some other ones joining it, but just for now to hold this in. Okay. Okay, there we go. Cables are clean now. The good thing is that there's not a whole lot, like once you kind of start getting this in, I mean, that's kind of it. Now we just got to put our AIO together, which is going to require some cabling, but not a whole lot, which is kind of nice. Okay, so now it's time, AIO time. Thank you very much, Clark's Ice and Knife and Dead Rising 72 for the sub. For the subs. Okay. Let's get this up. Ready for the AIO. And there's our build so far. Looks good. There we go, looks good so far. We got all of our power stuff down here. So let us grab our AIO and get that installed. Okay, grabbing our this is? No, this is just a build for building. I actually think this one will actually go to one of our video editors. So this will be his editing rig. Okay, just getting our fans out. And this beautiful AIO. I know there's some screws in this. Yep. There's our fan connections. I feel like there's some screw. There should be some screw. Oh, there's one. There we go. I feel like there should be some more screws. There we go. Oops. There we go. Okay. Let's go to our top down here. We have our giant case that's kind of here. Yeah, the screw bin inside of the box kind of looked like it was busted open, so I don't see all the screws we need. Looks like we're missing some, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know where they would have gone. But yeah, we definitely don't have all the screws. Luckily, I have another one of these AIOs. I have a few screws loose. Thanks, guys. You're very useful. Oh, I found some more. Oh, I found them all. They're all inside of here. There's more screws. There we go. Found screws inside of the chassis. There's more of them. Okay. So yeah, it's like it didn't. I know they had to have been around here somewhere, right? There's another one. Oh, there's another one. See? Two more. Okay, we're gonna undo this. There we go. Okay. Because this you can put in afterwards. Making sure there's no more screws on there anywhere. Okay. And none around here. Oh, see, there's a screw there. There's more than one screw in there. There we go. Huh, I found more screws. There's one. I wonder if I found them all. Okay. So I got a lot more screws now. We'll see. Okay, so we got them all. That usually does not happen. I think that is just a one-off. Okay, so we are going to be putting this like this. This is how we have to do this. There we go. Okay, now we're going to grab our fans. Yeah, there's a cover on this on the radiator, yes. And these are nice and they're magnetic, right? So which is also very nice. Just pop them open, and then when you put them on, there it goes, just like this. There it is. Makes it really easy to put it together. They actually connect differently than Lee and Lee ones because these are actually just straight up magnetic connectors. So I'd say the closest, but these were before them, were the SWA fans from Thermaltake. So they just, that's how they connect. And he's not wrong. This is the best performing AIO. This is the best performing AIO we've ever tested. This particular AIO. Best one that we've ever tested in terms of just pure performance. And you can see our review on this one. Okay, so let's see, screw-wise. Let's grab our wow stick. Wow, we actually found all the screws, guys. And the one thing that's actually really nice about this is that they actually have the fan header. The CPU fan header is actually visible on the front, so you can actually still hook up the fan header on the front of the Mobo. No screws lost. I knew they were still in there. They have to have been. And then we have our one screw here at the very end. You just, and that'll go into our CPU header, and the rest of this can actually hook up. Our AIO will still run to the back, I think. Yeah, there's a CPU, but not a fan header. And the thing is if you want to know which connection, if your connection is correct, there's actually a little nub that lets you know you've actually plugged it in correctly. I feel like I put these fans on backwards. I think I'm going to switch them around because I want the, well, no, because this would just be on the other side. So these are in the right place. I mean, this would just, then it would be up the front here, and I don't want that. I want the where it is. Okay. If I do that, no, then that would be in the back. Yeah, okay. So guys, I gotta switch. I'm gonna switch this around real quick. I should have put the fan hub on, the fan connector on first. They're not backwards, they're just not aligned the way I want them to be. Remember, I don't know if it was this build or like, it was not that long ago. I actually like straight up put I put the fans on the wrong part of the radiator. Like it was like I'd almost forgotten how to build a PC, guys. I was like, what the deuce am I doing? That's what I want right there. There we go. Get it done, guys. And now it'll just look better, which is what we want. All right, so that's all in. The other thing too that's actually nice about BTF is you don't have to worry about, if I put my radiator in, is it gonna fit? Is it gonna fit without, is it going to cause an issue with, like, do I have to put in my EPS CPU connections? And the answer is no, you don't. Because you're not gonna have that problem. It's actually really nice. Makes it a little bit simpler from an installation standpoint. All right, so that's ready. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna go ahead and plug this in up here to CPU. It's gonna plug in right there. There's actually another one on the other side, crazy. So if you wanted to. And then there's actually a RGB header right at the top, so we'll be able to plug that in. And then the pump header is gonna be really easy too. Okay, so then all I'm gonna do, just now I'm gonna nicely lift this up. Hey, JJ, can I just choose which side I plug it into? Like if I wanted to plug it into the one in the back, can you choose which BTF? Like which CPU? Are they both the same header? Because I notice there's 2 gray CPU headers. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm just screwing this in real quick, guys. I'll just use the one in the front, that's fine. Need to get one more of these in. You still come over this right here. If you want to be able to see it. There we go. Okay, so that's that. Okay, that looks good. Can't really see anything now. Let's go to static, and we're just gonna finish putting in all our screws now, guys. Using the wow stick. Good size screws for these. Confirming so far, have all of my long screws. Find out here in a minute if I have all the short screws. I have all the short screws too. Wow. So I found all the screws, guys. And I'll do a zoom in here in a minute on with the remote cam to show you where I plugged in that one cable, because I know you couldn't see it. I like to show you guys all of the cable connections for sure. There we go. Okay, so now all of that's in. So let's go to the remote cam real quick. So if you go here, this is where I plugged in the one. So that's the only front-facing one on the board. And then I came in above where the BTF was, so you can't even really see where it comes in. Right, so that's actually where I came down and connected that one cable. And that's from the fan connection, which is right back here. So that is running through, comes up there, and then it basically allows me to connect this cable into right here. And I ran it underneath, so it's still nice and hidden. Ooh, that's a bright light. Okay, so now we have all that. So we have our fans in. Now we just need to mount our AIO onto our board. Okay. I need these. Whoa, calm down. Okay, let's zoom in here. There we go. So the one thing that we'll do right away, verify this is right. Okay, that's correct, it's right there. Yep, okay. So tubes down. You can't mount it even if you wanted to, but I'm gonna do that right now. Thank you. Okay, and for this one, I always recommend getting started with fingers. You have a little knob at the bottom it's got to grip onto. There we go. Oh. Fun times. Okay. Man. A little bit of some work here, but we'll get it in. There we go. Okay, now we'll just do 5 on each. Keeping it even. There we go. Yeah, the thermal paste is pre-applied, guys. And the thermal paste on this is actually pretty good. Like I said, we tested it with it. It was one of the highest performing AIOs we'd ever tested. Okay, there we go. Tighten that one down now. Just make sure you screw it until it stops. Solid connection. There we go. Okay, now the one thing about this particular motherboard is that the connection for it is right there. It's like right there at the top. So if you can route this up and through, the best thing is you're ready for okay, and then we'll take our thing here. Kind of the same thing. This one, unfortunately, we can't be as transparent through. There we go. Okay. There we go. All of it is in. But you can see now I've got those nice and hidden in there. Okay, let's go to side. Call this stuff up here in a second. Oh, no. Might be able to run that in there, actually. So you can't see it. All right, cool. Okay, so there's all of our cables. You can see now, you can hardly see anything coming out of that now. Looks like there's no cables there, which is nice. Let's just get the last bit of this AIO cable managed and hooked up, and then luckily it's all here on the back. We have one RGB pin right here. It's funny because you could actually, I don't know if it's long enough, but you could. I could actually hook it up down here if the cable was quite long enough, but it's not quite. So I'm actually going to hook it up here. There we go. We'll basically do that for those cables. Yeah, that'd be like true BTF, wouldn't it, Sergeant Nobody? Like if there was like a hole, you could just like route the cables through next to the AIO. Snips in there. There we go. Okay, all we have left is this, which goes right here. It's our USB. There we go. Just getting this hidden in. Okay guys, we're getting closer to the PC giveaway that's still happening near the end of the stream. Remember, if you want to get extra entries towards winning that PC, all you got to do is drop your Amazon Prime sub or Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 sub. That gets you extra entries towards winning that PC. And it gets you, so if you don't do a Prime sub, then you'll get like one entry, but if you have a Prime sub or a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 sub, you'll get up to 4 entries towards winning that PC. And then gifted subs to help other people if you guys want to. Thank you very much for all the gifted subs that have happened already. You guys are amazing, including giving one to Mr. JJ. So, just giving you guys a heads up, if you want to get extra entries, that is how you do it. But you do not need to have any subs. You do not need to be subscribed to be eligible to win at all. Okay, there we go. So that takes care of all that. That's all in. run this under, like this. There we go. And what we'll do, something kind of simple and clean here. D-Matt, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate helping folks out. We give them a higher chance of winning. I love how generous this community is. You guys are amazing. Hef the boss, you won't be able to enter until I'm ready. And then it's a chat command. And that's not a dumb question. There are no dumb questions. We don't try to obfuscate or hide or anything like that. We're all about just helping people learn about tech, show them cool stuff, and get to enjoy PC builds, you know? That's what it's all about. So feel free to ask your question. Our mods are nice people, some of them. Some of them bite. Mostly Figment. Figment likes to bite. All right, guys, I think all of our AIO is completely hooked up. All of our AIO is completely hooked up. Yeah, it was one time. It was one time, and now I only have 9 fingers, even though I showed 10. So yeah, that's all it was. Something bit me. Okay, I'm trying to think what else. So that's all in. Now it's like all we have is GPU, and then we put in our PSU, which all the cables for that are in the back here. Ugh. Whoa. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to open up our GPU slots. There we go. Got one more right here. Okay, there we go. Ugh. Okay, let's go to side here. Let's open up this. Oh, it's already open? Okay. Oh, that's right, because we benched it. There we go. Top down here. Look at that. Straightforward right there. There we go. Oh. I think when we handle the CPU, guys, we got to make sure that we wear the ring, you know? I think we got to make sure that we wear the ROG ring. There it is right there, guys. We're making sure that when we put in the GPU, we got the ring. Okay, here we go. It's time for the peels. There's one peel, which they made this way easier to peel than they used to be. Okay, there's one. Then we have fan, fan, fan. There you go. Okay, and then they have the first round of peels. Oh, never mind. It's tied to the second round of peels there. Actually, the first round took off part of the second round, which is fine. Okay, then you have the second round here. There we go. You have one more here. There we go. Okay, then we have our this. And then we have on the other side here, I got some on my, back here at the end. Okay, so there's that. I think there's one here. There's one there. And then there's one here. I think that's all the peels, guys. And the one thing I like about this card is that it also has 2 HDMI connections. There we go. Okay. Okay, and remember, no power connection, because it's all on the board here. Oh, wait, I only needed 2. Okay, so I'm gonna switch that real quick. Stop. I'm trying to find a safe place to put the GPU. Okay, we're gonna lower that, and then I'm gonna put one of those things back in. There we go. Okay. There we go. Gotta put one of our back in. I thought it is a 3 slot, but Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's put in our GPU. Oh, one more thing. I'm getting there, guys. Actually, I think I'm gonna keep this one. I need both of them. Had to move our GPU. Okay, now we can do this. And there it is. That was easy to set in, which I like. We want easy, right? Easy's good. There we go. There we go. And then just push that right up against it. So now it's anti-sagged as well. And there we got it. GPU installed and done with the ring. That ring is actually heavy. MK88, Blue Rage, Neo Bliss, and then Sheezy E, thank you very much for the subs. Okay, there we go. Okay, next step, guys, is getting the PSU in, which luckily we don't actually need all that many connections for, which is nice. We're using a big PSU for this, though. Ugh. And this does have a window. Yes, it does. Okay. So we have our 1200 watt Thor. Okay. Yeah, massive ROG power. And luckily, beautifully sleeved cables, which makes me happy. There's our 16 pin. So you know our 16 pin, we do need SATA. So that is PCIe, don't need that. PCIe, don't need that. PCIe, don't need that. That I need, which is our PSU. And luckily, because of these cables, this is going to make doing this part easy, actually. PCIe, don't need you. PCIe, don't need you. Wow, I feel like there's more of these than should be. No, okay. That is CPU. There's one. There we go. CPU, there's two. There's two, okay. And then the last one is another CPU, but I do have two, right? No, that is not one. Okay, so I grabbed the wrong one there. This is the other one. Okay, got them all. Okay, boys and girls. Okay, got that done. Okay, only thing we have left is we need some SATA. Enough for 3. That looks good. Rest of these can go in here. And then we're finally good, guys. In the grand scheme of things, actually not that many cables. Okay, last bit. Let's get our Thor PSU out. Oh, I want to make sure. I think I got to grab the USB cable for this. This one does have a USB cable. Oh, wow, okay. Big boy PSU. I like the box for that PSU a lot. This is an 80 plus platinum PSU, which means it's 80%, at least 80% efficient at 100% power. So very, very efficient PSU. And this does have a RGB cable, so I gotta find that. So there should be one more cable in here that I missed. Got to find the last cable here. Whoops. Like shooting my. There we go, there we go, there we go. Where's that RGB cable? Put these in. Oh, there it is. Found it. Found it. Okay, we got all our cables now. Oh, this is the Halloween song. It's still on here. Okay, so we have our RGB. I do not make these playlists, by the way, but I know people are like, it's been a while since this one's played. It's never gone away. There we go. We don't know why it's like, and people have been like demanding it, and it's like, it showed up again. There we go. Okay, cable. we go. All right, all our cables are in now. Don't want to touch this. Okay, let's grab our bin. There you go. There we go. Okay, guys. We're at the very end of this process now. All we have left is to get these PSU screws hooked up and into their spot. Which we have a lot of them, but not as many as typically. Okay, so now, this all of a sudden got way heavier. Okay, let's rotate this around. Go to side camera. Okay, so we're going to see if I need the extensions for these. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to route our CPU out. There's one. CPU number 2. Okay, those are pretty long. Now, one of the things they gave us, which is actually pretty cool, is actually give you CPU extension cables. So they gave you one. Why did they give you 2? Yeah, they did, okay. They gave us 2 CPU extension cables. So you can run these nicely. So CPU is over here in the corner here. There we go. There we go. And this allows these to be cable managed in a nice way. There's that. Same thing with these ones. Okay, so we'll push these down, and we'll have these route in and through there. I think that's going to be the best bet there, because I think that'll end up looking the cleanest. Okay, so let's get those done real quick. Okay, we're just gonna seal these in. You want nothing visible here, guys. I need my phone light. Okay. It's like almost so dark I can't see. Wow, that's actually really hard to get in, just because of the angle of it. I gotta bend this so it bends a bit, so that way it'll catch on the other side. Oh my God, that's annoying. Is there a higher up? Okay, there is. I can do it here. There you go. Pull it up here, guys. I'm just trying to get this cable management right here, so it's like nice and clean. Okay, so then we can do this to kind of round out the last little bit here. Ultimately, we want a clean looking build, you know? We want to kind of follow the same paths. Okay, one more zip tie and then that one's done. There we go. Okay, so that'll like have that like nice and angled up with everything else. That makes it nice and short on the inside too, which is good. we go. These will be hidden in the back. There we go. There we go. So now, when you look at the back like this, right? Has a nice clean flow to it. So now that's like, again, look, just keeping it clean so it's just out of the way and nice. Okay, so let's grab our next kind of important cable here. This is our 24 pin. That's gonna go right here. Go. We'll get that one squared away here in a minute. I think this one will just probably end up getting zip tied in. We'll see. That takes care of that. Then we have our GPU. And this one's going to go right here. There we go. There's GPU right there. And then the last cable we have to deal with is our, nope, where is it? Here it is, ROG right here, which this is our ROG RGB, our PSU RGB. Plug that right into our bottom spot there. There we go. Now our RGB is hooked up for our PSU. Okay, cool. Now all of our PSU cables, minus our SATA cables, are plugged in. So let's flip those around and then we'll do the last bit of this, which is the hook up our SATA cables. There's 3 of them. And then we'll cable manage the last little bit, guys. Okay, so we got 2, there's 3 SATA connections there. One, 2, and 3. Okay, so that's all ready for us to cable manage. I'm just going to make sure the back's clean, and then we'll take care of the front. Almost done, guys. Oops. This thing is okay. Go to top down. Okay, boys and girls. Last little bit. I think what we do is we probably end up drawing these down to the back here. The problem is that I got to worry about this right here. So I think, let me see where this goes. I think this goes all the way across this. So this would compress this, okay. So it feels like the best bet may be just I'm getting there, guys. Come on. Oh, shoot. Oh man, really? Oh no. I wouldn't want to do a lot of squats to this PC because of how much it weighs. It weighs a lot. How did I do that? Oh, this is the worst situation, guys, because I just really want to get this in. Okay, I think I got enough curl now. There we go. Come on. There you go. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go, guys. Okay. One set down. Go. 2 sets down. Almost there. And this is just like, this is me, like, this isn't the case or anything. This is just me making sure that it looks nice when we're done. Okay, so that is now way more flat and in. Okay, so that's done. Now what we can do is you go. And then see how that just pops down? That's what you want. There we go. Yeah, it fell into place nicely because it took the time to make sure it would. Has plenty of room, no issue there. Oh, you know what? I can't quite do that yet. I just want to make sure it fit. We'll put it on for real here in a minute. I gotta put the shroud on, but I just want to make sure it worked. There we go. Okay, so we gotta put our shroud in and then we're done. Okay, last little bit here, guys. Okay, this is all the last little bit here, which is just for our little bit of cables here. There isn't actually a whole lot left, but we want them down. We want them down because we want the shroud to fit very, very easily. There we go. Okay, guys. There it is. PSU is done. Now we just got to put the shroud in and then we're done. Here's the side view there. So you can even see like even the shroud, like even the whole thing, like everything looks clean, including this down here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, yep, everything looks really good. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is grab our PSU shroud. Make sure that our stuff is in. That should be in. almost done, guys. I don't know if I got it lined up. Okay. This is always the fun part, lining up the shroud. No, must not be getting all the way. Yeah, that looks, well, it almost looks like it fit there. There we go. That looks like it's actually in the right spot. Oh, I see the screw. It's in the right place now. Oh, shoot. Oh, you know what? Here. I'm just trying to get this, be able to see the screw here. Right, that one I can see. Okay, got that one in. Okay, got them in. Okay, that's those. Sorry, you guys couldn't see that for a bit. Okay, last bit. We got to put this on. It's not going in there. Last little piece. That's the only grip. Okay, let's get our last little screws on. There we go. Okay guys, it's all finished. There we go. Okay. Just got to screw these last little two things in and then last little piece. And we'll have it all done. There we go. And now everything is in. There's the top down. Oops. Build is finished. There we go. Okay, guys. Just get the parts back together now. Do one more peel here on the AIO. Boom. Back glass. If there's any peel. I don't think there's a peel on the back of the glass. Okay. There we go. Okay guys, we're getting close to the end for the giveaway. Now's your chance if you want to get in on it. Make sure that you have subscribed to get your extra entries, because that'll get you extra entries. You do not need to be subscribed to be eligible to win, but if you want to get extra entries, dropping your Amazon Prime sub is a great idea. That'll get you extra entries towards winning the PC. There we go. Okay, build is ready. Okay, let's take a look at our, I think he was expecting me to get it finished faster, but I take my time when it comes to cable management. Oh, and chat reached the YouTube goals. We got the $25 new gift card too. All right, let's take out how many zip ties we did. I think it's more than he expected. Did JJ take out? Probably did. I don't blame him. Yeah, no kidding. There we go. Oh, he's still there. Oh, okay. Here we go, guys. Top down. Okay, here we go. How many did we use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 21. Odd today. 21, guys. 21. 21. It is done, JJ, finally. 21. It is ready for turning on. Okay, let's go to static. There we go. Okay, let's plug it in. And then we want the will it post is the question while we're waiting. I need the keyboard mouse kit. You guys ready? Yeah, and you guys want to see the parts list? Here's the parts list right here. Except for the CPU. Parts list is an Intel Core i9-13900K, ASUS ROG Maximus Z790 Hero BTF motherboard. We have the ASUS ROG Strix NVIDIA RTX 4090 BTF. We're using Patriot Viper VP4300 2 terabyte NVMe drive. We have Patriot Viper Gaming Extreme 32 gigs at 7600 mega transfer. We have the ASUS ROG Hyperion GR701 BTF, the ASUS ROG Ryujin 3 360 AIO, and then we have the ASUS ROG Thor 1200 PSU. So that is what we have inside of this right here. And then we're still waiting. I think we're good for, I'm waiting for her to say we're good for the prediction. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing build. Let me bring this up so we can get ready to turn it on. Is the prediction done, Blondie? Okay, we're good to fire it up. Okay, here we go, guys. Three, 2, 1. Oh, I see lights already. Yeah, this is not the giveaway PC. The giveaway PC will be after this. We've already, oh, I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, there's RGB. Okay, so there it goes, guys. Will it post? It is lit. There it is. We got our power supply down there as well. There's the front. Waiting to see if it posts. Still going through. Oh, it says it's posted. Actually shows it's posted. Did I not plug it in? It is actually showing post. I'm gonna plug in our display port real quick. It is showing posted. It's so quiet. Okay, I just restarted it real quick. Is waiting. It is showing posted. I'm not getting a video signal. Oh, I'm getting a red light on the GPU. I'm getting a power light on the GPU. Hold on. I'm gonna shut it down for 1 second. The thing is posted. I'm just gonna make sure that may not have been seated all the way. Oh, there's a peel above this, by the way. It did post, guys. I just don't think I plugged this. The BTF wasn't all the way in. Yeah, I'm not getting a power light anymore. Okay, yeah, see, now I'm not getting any light. And I'm posted. Okay, so it is posted. Here, I'm gonna restart it one more time so you guys can see it, because it was just my own fault. Oops. I forgot to seat the thing all the way. I'm gonna reboot one more time so you guys can see it. It was not cursed. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. You guys are gonna see here in a sec. It was just, I took a lot of time to do this right, guys. I wanted this build to be super clean all the way through. And there you go. There you go, see? Okay, so the only thing we're gonna do, we're gonna go to, let's go to easy. Let's turn on XMP. There we go. There we go, restart. Actually, it posted all the time. If I went up, every time it posted. The reason I wasn't getting a video signal is because I had the signal plugged. If I would have plugged it back in the Mobo, you would have seen a signal. So it did. I didn't plug in the HDMI, guys. It's not posting. It posted. That's why I said, oh, it posted, it posted, it posted. So it was fine. It did post, guys. You guys, if you want to go back and look at the replay, look for the green light. It already it posted. You guys can get mad all you want. It's still posted. Okay, guys, we are in things now, and the best thing is that we also have, we are in it. We also have it. It is running at 7,600 megahertz, so we actually have that as well. Okay, let's make it red though. I think we need red. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna let it update real quick. The rest of the updates were good. Kind of feel like white would look really good too. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the the $25 new gift card now. Exclamation point. Exclamation point new egg now. $25 Newegg gift card up for grabs. Exclamation point new egg now. Let's go to RFX. Let's do, actually we'll do rainbow. We'll do starry night. We'll do background and then the effect in white because I think that'll be cool. Let me see how that looks. There we go, let's go to the side view. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that a lot. Why is that? Feels like this is not, oh, I know why. Ooh, oh, I'll do that. Actually, I'm gonna make these red. There we go. And then we have red for everything else, which I think looks cool. So that'll be red, and then you have like the starry night on the inside, which is actually super cool. That looks really good. Okay, let's go ahead and put our okay, there we go. And then now, we're running this at the same time. So we have CPU temp and GPU temp. I think it looks really good from the front. Okay, last little bit. Last little bit, guys, then we'll call it. We're gonna do the, let's throw the glass on it. Let's run some temps, and then we'll see how it runs on temps, and then we'll give away the last PC and call it Bob's your uncle. This stream went way longer than I thought, but it was a good stream. Yeah, the AIO is super cool in more than one way, because it's not only is it super cool, it also runs super cool. Go. Okay, let's get the peel off. Can't really see much, but it is there. Oh. Boom. Oh, what? What? I don't want any glass on it. Go slow. Oh, man. I was going slow even. Oh, man. Oh no, now it's going up here. Oh. Let me get this off, guys. Okay. Oh. Left one. It left one little bit. All right, got that off. That was a lot of work. There we go. There we go. Now we have a completely clean. There it is. Clean. Done. Okay, let's see how temps run. All right, here we go, guys. Temp times. So open up CPU ID. Open up Cinebench. Okay, let's see here. This is where, oh, you know what? I need to do one thing. Could have done that, that's why I was cleaning. I wanted to set the curves. Okay, we're going to turn on cooling, auto cooling. Okay, so let's talk about the giveaway for the PC while we're waiting. Couple things, you do have to be a member of the Discord, discord.gg/Robeytech. Number two, you need to make sure that you are following on Twitter. You have to be following on Twitter, and you have to be liked and subscribed on YouTube. So make sure you're doing that too. She's going to verify that. So you got to like and subscribe on YouTube, and you got to follow on Twitter. Follow on Twitch. My bad. Follow on Twitch. Like and subscribe on YouTube. Make sure that you're doing that. YouTube.com. Robeytech. Yes, you got to do. Yes, that's all of them. Yes. So go take care of that. While you have a second. Okay, here we go, guys. Ready? Our AI tuning is in. Starting our file advanced. 10 minutes. Starting now. And there we go. 80 on a 13900K. That seems fine. The way international works, if you need to pay for shipping and you do need to pay for shipping and you have to pay for customs if you want to do international, so it is open to you. US, Mexico, and Canada, you are open to do it. But remember, so that's for US, Mexico, and Canada, you are open to basically do that. So again, you need to be following on Twitch. You need to be subscribed on YouTube, and you need to be liked on YouTube for the YouTube video. Lastly, if you are a subscriber on twitch.tv/Robeytech, you will get additional entries. You do not need to be subscribed to be eligible to win, okay? But you do need to subscribe to get your additional entries. Sitting at 83 right now, guys. So I would say that we have no issues with temps on this. And the PC we're giving away is right here. The other BTF PC, the GT302. And then links, let's go ahead and drop the specs for that into chat real quick. The PC we're about to give away. So yeah, this had no issues with PCs. But there it is, guys. We're going to stop this because it's not going to, it's getting higher. Look at that, it just keeps getting higher. 35,761 keeps just going up. Still 85, 83, no problems whatsoever, and it's going fine. So there we go. So here it is, guys. Both PCs, both ASUS BTF PCs. We're going to be giving away this one right here, the GT302. This is going to be the giveaway PC we're giving away. Again, let me just bring up the specs here. So it is a Intel Core i7-14700K, ASUS ROG Strix LC3 360mm ARGB, AIO, ASUS TUF Gaming Z790 BTF Wi-Fi motherboard, Patriot Viper Elite 5 32 gigs of DDR5 at 6600 mega transfer, the Patriot Viper BP 4300 2TB NVMe drive, the ASUS TUF Gaming RTX 4070 Ti Super, the ASUS TUF GT302 ARGB, and then the ASUS ROG Strix 850-watt Aura Edition is the one we're giving away. This is the one we built. This is the one that we're giving away right here. And huge shout out to ASUS who sent us this PC. So that's why we're able to do this giveaway today. So huge shout out to them. Thank you for doing all that stuff. Remember, guys, if you want to get extra entries, go ahead and drop your Amazon Prime sub or a sub. That's going to get you 3 extra entries towards winning this PC right here. And then you're going to be basically good to go. So make sure you go So getting ready to start the giveaway. You got to be, again, member of discord.gg/Robeytech, liked and subscribed on YouTube, and you have to be following on twitch.tv/Robeytech. So make sure that all those 3 things are happening. Okay, we're going to start the giveaway in just a second. You're going to have 4 minutes, guys. Four minutes. You have to be over at twitch.tv/Robeytech. Starting the giveaway now. Exclamation point ASUS BTF. Exclamation point ASUS BTF. Here we go, guys. ASUS BTF. Good luck, guys. 4 minutes. Hype train is going. Remember, guys, drop that sub if you want to get extra entries. Four minutes, guys. Four minutes, guys. Two minutes still left, guys. Don't forget, you can drop your sub, get 3 additional entries. So that's going to help you if you want to win the PC. You still got 2 minutes. Then you just resubmit. There it is, another one. Electric Yoshi dropping 100 bits. We got another resub at tier 1. Wow, J Square dropping 5 gifted subs. Some people got it. Make sure you get your new entries. You still got a minute left, guys. Keep going, guys. Top Rat Gamer dropping a gifted sub. It's 15 seconds. Okay, now when we draw, don't leave yet because it's still, we got to verify the winner. So just hold on. 6, 5, 4, 3. Have your Discord name ready, guys. Okay, we're going to draw a winner. Here it comes. Treller Perks, you are the winner. We're gonna draw, guys, don't leave yet because we gotta verify this person won. Treller Perks, congratulations. Treller Perks, we're gonna confirm. Treller Perks, make sure that you whisper Blondie but Geeky on Twitch. Hilo Taco, thank you for the tier 1. Don't bail yet. We got to verify. I would wait because there's a chance we'll re-roll. Trailer Perks, reach out. We're not getting a winner. We're not getting a notification, so they have not responded yet. So we might do a redraw, guys. I don't think he has a minute. You have 45 seconds, and then we're redrawing. If you're here, I'm saying there's a chance for sure. Yeah, this isn't me saying you're ineligible because you don't support us or anything. You just flat out didn't respond. It's Trailer Parks. Yeah, Trailer Perks. Yeah, but you gotta be, dude, Trailer Perks on Twitch. Trailer Perks. Dude, you better hurry. He's on YouTube. Trailer Perks, you better respond. Trailer Perks. I saw him respond, guys. Hold on. There he is. Okay, he said it. I'm here. Okay, there he is. Reach out to Blondie. Whisper Blondie. Hold on, guys. We just got to confirm. He's got to confirm. It's not done yet. Even though he responded, there's still other things he has to do. We're just waiting. We're waiting, guys. Hold on. You have to. It's not. YouTube entries do not need to be in his Twitch account one. Blondie, he responded. He just said, Blondie but geeky, I'm here. You gotta whisper Blondie but geeky, Trailer Perks. Yeah, you message her. Just do whisper. Hey, Blondie, can you whisper him so he can just whisper him, and then it'll be up in your top right-hand corner, Trailer. We don't try to make it hard for it. Yeah. I don't try to make it hard for them, did it? Oh. It's okay, guys. It's okay. He may not have done it before. Yeah, I don't want him to feel like, yeah. Don't die. I know that you guys doing. Blondie's verifying. Just stand by, guys. Giving away a PC is never an easy task. Still waiting for Blondie to confirm, guys. She's doing it, and it's okay. Let's re-roll the Halloween song, huh? The winner was Treller Perks. Treller Perks was the winner. We're just waiting for confirmation. I mean, this is a big prize. I can understand. There's probably some freak out there for a minute. It hasn't been that long. Hey, I'm glad you like it, Pig Radio. Verifying now, she says. Yeah, this build came out great. Probably not. Winner is confirmed. There it is, guys, officially. Okay, so what is the plan? I know you can hardly see me over the build. So tomorrow we are back with the Corsair 3500X build. So we are back. One more build this week. So Corsair 3500X build this week. So please make sure that you join us. So that's happening tomorrow. Thank you again to everybody for tuning in, and huge shout out to ASUS for sponsoring this stream, sponsoring the giveaway, and then at the same time also just JJ being here and talking to all of us. So see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. PT. We'll see you guys then. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Portions of this program are brought to you by the Zip Tie Foundation of America and Excalibur. If you'd like a written transcript of tonight's Robeytech broadcast, please contact Blondie Patkiki. She'll be happy to give you a notepad and a pen so you can start writing down everything you hear.